My name is Ilara, and the scent of gardenias is suffocating. It's the cloying, heavy perfume that hangs in the air of the Vance family's solarium, a place of impossible green and gilded opulence. It's the smell of my last life, the one that ended with my body breaking against the cold pavement. I blink and the memory of the impact, a sickening crunch of bone and a final fleeting view of a distant, uncaring sky, recedes. The world snaps back into a focus that is both horrifying and familiar. I am standing on a polished marble floor, my mother's hand a light, proprietary pressure on my arm. Across from us stand the Vance brothers. And next to me my sister Chloe. In our previous life, we married into this dynasty on the same day. Chloe, with her theatrics, had recoiled from the eldest son, Cashin, calling him a brooding, possessive storm. She had rushed instead to claim the second son, Julian, a man as cold and remote as the Himalayan monasteries where he was raised, a devout Buddhist who saw the material world as an illusion. She couldn't bear the silence of that illusion, the loneliness of a marriage to a ghost. Her affair was a splash of garish color in her gray life, and in the end, Julian didn't shout or rage. He simply bound her wrists with his sacred prayer beads, turned her into a beautiful broken doll for his wealthy, jaded friends to play with, and watched her spirit erode with detached interest. I, deemed the plainer, more pragmatic sister, was given to Cashin. The world saw a love-obsessed man, volatile and intense. But I saw the key to the vault. I became the architect of his empire, the hand that guided his fortune. We presented a united front, a powerful, deeply connected couple, and in the quiet of our chambers, there was a fierce, possessive affection that grew from mutual respect. I had security, power, and a measure of contentment. Chloe's envy festered in the shadow of my success. It curdled into a rage so pure that on a rain-slicked balcony 42 floors up, she ended me. My body shattered into a pile of blood and flesh. And now I am back. The engagement party is in full swing around us, a murmur of silk and avarice. I feel the ghost of the fall in my bones, a phantom ache that sharpens my senses. I see the exact moment Chloe's consciousness, fresh from her own death, slams back into this moment. Her eyes, wide and disoriented for a second, then filling with a venomous, knowing glee. He has a plan. Our parents are mid-sentence, discussing the joining of our modest shipping line fortune with the Vance Empire's vast resources. Chloe had just finished declaring, with a dramatic flourish, that she would marry no one but Cashin. But now she pivots. She stumbles a little too artfully and shoves me hard into Julian's chest. Julian has always held a torch for Ilara, she chirps, her voice dripping with false honey. He said he won't marry anyone else. Don't be shy, Ilara. Go on, call him your husband. The small gathering falls silent. My parents look bewildered. Cashin's face darkens, a thunderhead gathering. But my focus is on the man whose chest I've been thrown against. Julian Vance is flawlessly handsome, with features carved from marble and eyes the color of a winter sea. There is a stillness to him that is unnerving, an aura of otherworldly detachment. In my past life, I only ever saw him at a distance, a silent figure at family functions, his fingers forever moving over a string of obsidian beads. Now, up close, I see the sharp intelligence in his gaze, the faint, almost imperceptible tightening of his lips. He is not a man who enjoys being a pawn in someone else's game. His hands come up to steady me, strong and surprisingly warm. A faint, clean scent of sandalwood and old paper wraps around me. It is the complete opposite of Cashin's expensive cologne. He sets me back on my feet with an efficient, impersonal motion. Be careful, Miss Ilara, he says, his voice low and unreadable. I remember Chloe's fate in our first life. The prayer beads cutting into her skin, the humiliation. They called him the monk prince, this man raised among spiritual masters. They had no idea of the cold fury that lay beneath that tranquil surface. I have a choice. I can recoil, protest, play into Chloe's trap and earn Julian's immediate and permanent disdain. Or I can control the narrative. I lower my gaze, not in shyness but to hide the calculation in my eyes. I let a soft, bashful smile touch my lips. Thank you, Julian, I murmur, my voice steady. I can feel Chloe's triumphant glare. She thinks she has damned me to her previous fate. She thinks she has consigned me to a life of emotional neglect and eventual horrific punishment. She has no idea. While she was playing the victim and chasing fleeting affairs, I was learning the inner workings of the Vance conglomerate. I know that Julian, for all his emotional coldness, is a financial savant who controls a silent, vast portion of the family's wealth. He is disinterested in women, yes, but he is also disinterested in micromanaging a wife. He offers freedom and immense resources as long as one does not cross his invisible yet absolute lines. Cashin, for all his public devotion, was a different beast. Insatiable in every appetite, with a taste for the grotesque and a secret circle of friends whose gentlemanly pursuits would make a courtesan blush. He was faithful to me only because I held the keys to his kingdom and the blackmail material that could destroy him. He was a venomous snake, charming until he struck. If Julian is a silent, lethal wolf, then Cashin is the serpent in the grass. And Chloe, my dear reborn sister, has just chosen the serpent. As I stand there playing the demure fiancé, I watch her. She flings herself into Cashin's arms now, playing the part of the sacrificing sister, her eyes wide with fake innocence. My dear sister, she simpers, let me take the difficult path. You deserve a kind man like Julian. I almost laugh. Kind. She has no idea what true kindness is, nor what true cruelty looks like. Cashin, ever the performer, eats it up. He sees her generous act as the pinnacle of wifely virtue. His arm wraps around her, possessive already. I meet Chloe's gaze over his shoulder. A sneer twists my lips, cold and sharp. Let her have him. Let her bask in his temporary performative affection. My dear sister, I say, my voice so quiet only she can truly hear the ice in it. Let me take a guess. How long do you think you'll survive in the hands of a man who collects human peacocks? Her smile falters for a fraction of a second. She doesn't know I know about his specific twisted tastes. But the barb lands. The confusion in her eyes is my first, small victory. The engagement is settled with dizzying speed. The contracts are, for all intents and purposes, already signed. Chloe is betrothed to Cashin. I am bound to Julian. As the party swirls around us, a new dance beginning, Julian turns to me. His winter-sea eyes study me, and for the first time, I see a flicker of something beyond detached observation. It isn't warmth. It is curiosity. It seems we are to be partners, Miss Alara, he says. I look up at him, no longer feigning shyness. I let him see the steel in my soul. It seems we are, Julian. I promise not to be a disruption. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. It doesn't reach his eyes. Disruptions are often the source of the most interesting patterns. He offers me his arm. It is not a gesture of affection but of protocol. A formality. I take it. The sandalwood scent is stronger now. It is the smell of my new battlefield. This time I will not be content with managing a fortune. I will build my own. And I will watch as Chloe's chosen path leads her directly into the gilded cage she so richly deserves. The first move is mine. The game has begun. The days following the engagement are a study in contrasts, a public spectacle orchestrated by my sister. Chloe clings to Cashin's arm like a vine, her laughter a bright, artificial bell that rings through every society column. She is everywhere with him. At gallery openings, charity galas, perched in his private box at the opera. She posts a constant stream of images online, their hands entwined, his lips pressed to her cheek, the massive, flawless diamond solitaire on her finger catching the light. She is building her narrative, the beloved, destined bride of the powerful heir. She video calls me the morning after the engagement, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. She's wearing a silk chemise, and around her neck rests a breathtaking sapphire necklace I recognize from the Vance collection. Her skin is peppered with the evidence of his passion. Alara, isn't it stunning? She purrs, fingering the gem. It's the Starlight Serenade. Cashin told me it went for over 20 million at auction. And he was so attentive last night. This is what a real man is like, Alara. Generous. Affectionate. She doesn't pause for breath. And of course you're marrying into the family too, but tradition is tradition. The eldest son inherits the lion's share. I will be the future Mrs. Vance, the CEO's wife. You. She gives a dismissive little wave. You'll be lucky to get a share of the annual dividends. You were always 3 minutes behind me, Alara. You've always been in my shadow, and now even your husband can't compare to mine. You just have to accept your fate. I take a slow sip of my tea, the porcelain cup warm in my hands. I am in my new apartment, a sleek, modern space in a building Julian owns. It is quiet, tasteful, and empty of his presence. You're celebrating rather early, Chloe, I say, my voice calm. Everyone in this city knows Cashin's reputation. His little black book has more names than the city directory. Once you're married, the parade of mistresses alone will be enough to drive you to distraction. She raises her chin, a picture of defiant confidence. That was the past. He promised me last night that I'm the only one now. He even swore on his future inheritance that if he ever cheats, he'll be struck impotent. She scoffs. He said it's normal for a man of his standing to have distractions before he settles down. But you see, he'll be devoted to me. I can't help the dry laugh that escapes me. If a man's vows could be trusted, pigs would take flight. Especially a man like Cashin, who was raised in a world where everything and everyone has a price. I let the silence hang for a moment, then add, "You sound very sure of yourself." "Of course I am," she retorts, her eyes gleaming. "He's already planning the wedding. Next month. Unlimited budget. All that matters is that I'm happy." Her expression hardens. "So, Ilara, if you're having regrets, it's too late. Julian is your problem now. Stay away from Cashin. If I catch you even looking at him, I'll make you wish you'd never been born." The threat is real. I feel the ghost of the rooftop wind on my skin. I don't bother telling her about the private investigators' reports I've already commissioned, the ones that detail Cashin's medical complications from his wild lifestyle. Nor do I mention the darker whispers, the ones about his parties that sometimes featured more than just human guests. The thought alone makes my skin crawl. My life with Julian, in stark contrast, is one of profound silence. He is a ghost in my new world. He doesn't call. He doesn't visit. His presence is marked only by the arrival of cold, extravagant gifts. A necklace of black pearls. A portfolio of pre-war sketches by a master architect. A deed to a minor commercial property that, according to my quick analysis, generates a healthy passive income. The gifts are worth millions, but they are impersonal, transactional. He is fulfilling a duty. He is either at a remote temple making offerings in deep philosophical debate with monks in Tibet, or flying to Switzerland to consult with a renowned spiritual leader on matters of the soul. A rich, husband-free existence. It is the life many women claim to want. The freedom is intoxicating and the financial power is a potent tool. But it is also lonely. A gilded cage, albeit one with the door wide open. I refuse to be passive. While Chloe plays the socialite, I begin to build. Using the seed money from Julian's gifts and the knowledge from my past life, I make my first moves. I know which tech startups are about to explode, which forgotten neighborhood the new city rail line will run through. I invest quietly, precisely. The returns are immediate and substantial. This is my capital, my foundation. Meanwhile, the war of images continues online. Chloe posts another photo of a romantic candlelit dinner with Cashin. I respond with a picture of the architectural plans for my new property, a bold, modern design captioned, "Building Foundations." Her posts are about love. Mine are about legacy. The comments on my photos begin to shift. They are no longer just about the jewelry or the bags. They are about vision. Business savvy, someone writes. A queen in the making, says another. Chloe, infuriated that my quiet power is overshadowing her loud romance, lashes out in my comments. Wealth is just a worldly possession, she types. A husband's devotion is the truest treasure. I reply within seconds. Devotion is a feeling. My thoughtful fiancé provides the tools to build empires. That is devotion made tangible. You didn't get any tools. Perhaps yours is only a feeling. The digital slap is heard around our social circle. She video calls me, screaming, her face contorted with rage, but I simply end the call. Let her simmer. Let her make mistakes. The wedding, when it arrives, is a spectacle of grotesque proportions. Chloe and Cashin buy a private atoll for the ceremony, flying in guests on a fleet of chartered jets. The guest list is a who's who of global power players. Chloe clings to Cashin, her smile radiant as they move through the crowd. He is the picture of devotion, his arm a permanent fixture around her waist, shielding her from champagne, whispering in her ear. Looks like a fairy tale. But my eyes, trained from a past life, see the cracks. I see the way his gaze flicks to a brunette across the room, a shared, intimate smile that lasts a fraction of a second too long. I see the redhead by the champagne fountain who catches his eye and gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod. These aren't random guests. They are his past, present, and future. A web of infidelity he has no intention of dismantling. Chloe, blinded by her triumph and the sheer force of her own desire to win, sees none of it. She finds me when Cashin is in the restroom, a rare moment without him. She waves her hand, the massive pink diamond catching the light. 16 carats, flawless, she boasts. Worth over 40 million. One of a kind. Honestly, Alara, I don't mean to be rude, but the little trinkets you post about, I wouldn't even look twice. They're practically junk. I take a bite of a delicate profiterole and smile. My junk is mine to do with as I please. Can you say the same about your jewelry? Is it truly yours, or are you just the temporary mannequin for the Vance family vault? Her face darkens. I've hit the mark. The jewelry is on loan, part of the family collection. She had to get special permission to wear it and will have to return it. He tries to recover. Of course it's mine. Look around, Alara. Everyone who is anyone is here for us. When you marry Julian, it will be a quiet affair in a courthouse. And let me warn you again. Stay away from my husband. I casually drop the rest of my dessert into a nearby bin. Don't worry, Chloe, I say, my voice light and cold. I have no interest in other people's garbage. She isn't entirely wrong about my wedding. There's no fanfare. A week later, Julian and I meet at a registry office on a day deemed auspicious by his astrologer. We sign the documents that bind our lives in the eyes of the law. It takes 10 minutes. Afterwards, he drives me to a sales office for a new, ultra-exclusive residential development. He leads me to a model of a sprawling, minimalist villa complex nestled against a private forest. It's yours, he says simply. Fully paid. The deeds are in your name. It is a gift worth hundreds of millions. The scale of his generosity is so vast it feels unreal. This is his language. Not words, not affection, but absolute, staggering financial endorsement. Then comes the rest of it, delivered in that same calm, detached tone. I will be busy. I don't have time for companionship. If you want anything, buy it. Don't bother me unless it's critical. If I need you, I will find you. Don't argue with my family in my presence. Don't create scandals. And with that he is gone. Back to his temples and his meditations. I stand alone in the echoing silence of the sales office, the keys to a colossal villa in my hand. The agent looks at me with a mixture of awe and pity. But I feel neither. I feel a fierce, burning purpose. This is not a cage. This is a launch pad. I have my freedom. I have my capital. And I have the memories of a life already lived. The foundation is laid. Now it is time to build my kingdom, and watch as Chloe's fairy tale castle begins to crumble around her. The silence in my life is not emptiness. It is the calm before the storm I am about to unleash. The silence Julian gifted me became my sanctuary and my forge. For 10 days I was a whirlwind of quiet activity. The villa was not a home, it was my corporate headquarters. I hired a discreet, efficient staff, installed a bank of monitors tracking global markets, and my days were a blur of video conferences, contract negotiations and strategic planning. My past life knowledge was a cheat code. I shorted stocks I knew were poised to collapse, invested heavily in green tech companies that were months from a major breakthrough, and acquired a portfolio of digital assets, domain names, social media handles, that would soon be worth fortunes. The capital from Julian's gifts multiplied at an alarming rate. I was no longer just spending his money, I was building an empire parallel to and independent of the Vance conglomerate. On the 10th day he returned. I was in the study, analyzing geological survey reports for a lithium deposit I intended to acquire, when I felt the shift in the atmosphere. The subtle hum of the house changed. He stood in the doorway as still and unexpected as a statue in a garden. He wore simple, dark linen clothes, and the scent of sandalwood and cold mountain air preceded him. Ilara, he said, his voice the same low, unreadable timbre. We have been married 10 days. You have spent over $150 million. I didn't look up from my screen immediately, letting the number hang in the air. I finally met his gaze, my expression neutral. Your black card has a daily limit. Otherwise, the figure would be higher. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Is like a crack in ice. Aren't you afraid I'll consider you wasteful? I leaned back, steepling my fingers. Incompetent men call women wasteful. You, Julian, are not an incompetent man. If I asked for the stars, you'd contract a private aerospace firm to retrieve an asteroid. Besides, I gestured to the screens, it's not spending. It's deploying capital. The returns are already exceeding the outlay. It's all marital assets, isn't it? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is, fortunately, growing exponentially. No man is entirely immune to flattery, especially when it's woven with truth. The ice in his eyes didn't melt, but it seemed to become more reflective, taking me in with a new intensity. He moved into the room, his movements fluid and silent. He went to a small sideboard where I kept a tea set and began to prepare a pot with a ritualistic grace I recognized from my past life. The same focused attention he gave his prayer beads. You are different from other women, he stated, not looking at me. They acquire baubles. You acquire land, intellectual property, futures. Marrying me must feel like a limitation. This was his first true acknowledgement of my capability. I inclined my head. A partnership requires both parties to bring assets to the table. I'm merely doing my part. Though I admit your financial runway makes for a very short takeoff. He brought a cup of tea to me. The aroma was exquisite, a rare, smoky oolong I knew cost more per gram than gold. If you wish to invest or start a business, I will provide backing. Resources, contacts, funding. Name it. He took a sip from his own cup. The reason for my visit. A colleague is interested in a parcel of land you own in the northern reaches. He wishes to build a research campus. Name your price. The northern reaches land. I'd bought it with the proceeds from the villa he'd gifted me, leveraging every dollar. With the new federal infrastructure bill about to be announced, its value was set to quintuple. I had planned to develop it myself, but it was a long-term project. Julian's offer was a shortcut to a massive liquid profit. I smiled, a genuine one this time. We're family. Your friend is my friend. Why talk about money? I'll have my lawyer messenger the deed to your office tomorrow. His hand holding the delicate porcelain cup froze mid-air. He was a man who dealt in the unspoken language of power and debt, and I had just refused to play. By not naming a price, I forced him into a position where his repayment would have to be immeasurably greater, or he would risk appearing cheap. He was sharp, he saw the trap immediately. He studied me for a long moment, his gaze like a physical weight. What is your angle, Alara? I decided on a sliver of truth. You've met my family. They see people as transactions. Even if it hadn't been you, it would have been someone else, a trade for influence. But you are the best possible outcome. You value peace. I value enterprise. We are complementary. It's a mutually beneficial partnership. I saw it then, a flicker of understanding in his winter sea eyes. He had spent a lifetime being the second son, told to be humble, to not outshine his brother, to find solace in the spiritual. In me, he saw a reflection of the ambition he had been forced to suppress. I was the unrestrained ID to his disciplined superego. The smile that finally reached his eyes was small but real. A partnership, he echoed as if tasting the word. From that day something shifted. He began, cautiously, to integrate me into his world. Not the world of society parties, but his real world, the inner sanctum of his influence. He took me to private gatherings, small dinners in discreet rooms where the other guests weren't the flashy heirs of Chloe's circle, but the true architects of power. A reclusive tech billionaire, the head of a sovereign wealth fund, a former cabinet secretary. These were people who, in my past life, would have required 6 months of negotiation for a 15-minute meeting. I didn't try to impress them. I listened. And when I spoke, it was with the confidence of someone who had already seen the economic trends they were still predicting. I discussed algorithmic trading, the geopolitical implications of rare earth mineral deposits, the future of quantum computing. I saw the moment their polite interest turned to genuine respect. Logan watched it all. His attitude toward me thawed from detached observation to something resembling partnership. He poured my tea, remembered which specific tea it was I preferred, and once he quietly secured a zoning permit for a new data center I was building after I'd mentioned a bureaucratic delay. He was, to my astonishment, becoming an asset. Meanwhile, Chloe's world was curdling. She had been given control of the Vance Hotel Group's European division and a legacy jewelry brand. She appeared constantly in the media, hailed as the glamorous heiress. To be fair, the family had to maintain appearances, so I was also given a role. They handed me the company's most notorious failure, a nearly defunct fashion house named Ethel. It was a joke. The brand had been a money pit for a decade, a revolving door of creative directors and marketing campaigns. The industry called it Vance's vanity project, the dumbest division in the entire conglomerate. Julian frowned when he heard. The maritime logistics division is outperforming. I'll speak to my father. Have them reassign you. I shook my head, a slow, confident smile spreading across my face. No. I like a challenge. Give me 1 month. His eyebrow arched. You're that confident? I won't claim expertise in every field, I said. But turning Ethel into a desirable brand? I've done it before. I didn't specify in which life. He said he believed me, but a shadow of doubt remained. He stopped his temple retreats, his philosophical debates. Instead, he started appearing at the Ethel offices, a silent, intimidating presence in his dark suits. He thought he was protecting me from corporate politics. He quickly learned I didn't need protection. I walked in on my first day and unleashed a purge. I fired 2/3 of the dead weight, nepotism hires and complacent veterans who had driven away real talent. They sputtered and threatened to go to the board. Julian merely stood behind me, a silent statue of support, and they folded, resigning by the afternoon. Next, I went to the nation's top design school and poached the 5 most promising final-year students, offering them salaries that made their professors blush. I launched an internal weekly design competition with massive cash prizes and guaranteed jobs for the winners. I gave them creative freedom and a budget to travel to international competitions. Talent flocked to us. Simultaneously, I hired a ruthless digital marketing team. We bypassed traditional media and launched a viral campaign that positioned Ethel not as a stale legacy brand, but as the avant-garde voice of a new generation. We held a guerrilla fashion show in a derelict power station, inviting every influential critic, celebrity, and buyer. With the Vance name behind it, no one dared decline. The collection, a stunning fusion of architectural minimalism and streetwear edge, sold out in hours. Pre-orders for the next season crashed the website. A decade of losses was erased in a single night, replaced by a staggering profit. I was hailed as a miracle worker, a rising star. And while I was on that trajectory, I took a moment to deal with Chloe's new domains. I anonymously leaked photos of filthy conditions in her flagship Paris hotel, maids using the same rags for toilets and sinks. I had a popular style influencer expose several pieces from her jewelry line as blatant, overpriced knockoffs. The hits were precise and devastating. Chloe, who had vowed to outshine me, was now scrambling, spending a fortune on PR firms to suppress the scandals. The public saw her for what she was, an empty figurehead. At the quarterly family dinner, a simple affair at the Vance patriarch's estate, the energy had shifted. Normally, Cashin held court, the heir apparent. But this time, the moment I entered with Julian, the room turned to us. They crowded around, toasting my success with Ethel. Even Grandpa Vance, who had always doted on Cashin, invited Julian to sit beside him. For me, it was just corporate politics. For Julian, who had never once been the center of positive attention in his family, it was a revelation. I saw his posture change, the subtle straightening of his spine. He drank a glass of wine, something I'd never seen him do, and by the end of the night he was not drunk but softened at the edges. When we returned home, the detached monk was gone. In his place was a man with desire burning in his eyes. He was bold, alluring, and I am not a saint. To let such a man go to waste would have been a sin against nature. I was very satisfied. And Julian, once he had shed his monastic restraint, did nothing by halves. The distance between us evaporated. He was present, intensely so. His generosity evolved from impersonal gifts to deeply considered ones. First, a stunning Art Deco necklace that had belonged to his grandmother. Then the deed to a historic building in the financial district. Finally, he handed me a sealed envelope. Inside was a document transferring 5% of his personal stake in the Vance conglomerate to my name. It wasn't the value, though the annual dividends were in the tens of millions. It was the meaning. He had made me a shareholder, a part of the empire. He looked at me, his gaze clear and direct. A seat on the board will follow. You've earned it. I took the document, my fingers steady despite the thunder in my chest. This was more than I had ever held in my first life. This was a foothold on the mountain itself. Chloe, of course, had received nothing but scandals and losses. The resentment in her eyes when we passed in the corporate headquarters was a physical force. But with Julian constantly at my side, she never dared speak. That night she finally video called me. The facade was gone, replaced by raw, seething jealousy. "Feeling proud of yourself, Ilara?" she spat. "Everyone says you're so amazing." I took a slow sip of water. Shouldn't I be? The brand was a joke for a decade. Now it's on the cover of every major magazine. They're calling it the turnaround of the century. Is there a problem? "You just got lucky," she screamed. "And so what if you did? My husband is still the heir. I'm the future Mrs. Vance. Every profit you and your husband make still flows through us. When Cashin takes over, the first thing I'll do is have you removed. Just wait." I let a slow, cold smile spread across my face. "Remove me with what authority, Chloe? I own a part of the company now." I leaned closer to the screen. "You should pray your brother-in-law remains quiet and avoids a fight. Because if he doesn't, the Vance conglomerate is about to get a new CEO." I ended the call, leaving her in a void of her own panic. The battle lines were no longer just between sisters. They were drawn through the heart of the empire itself. And for the first time I was not just a player on the board. I was a queen, and I was ready to checkmate a king. Panic is a potent poison. It clouds judgment and breeds desperation. After my call, Chloe, infected with both, began to pressure Cashin. She nagged him to be more involved, to launch impressive projects, to prove his worth. She was trying to arm her champion for a war she suddenly realized she could lose. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Cashin Vance had been coddled and adored since birth. He was a creature of impulse and pleasure, utterly unequipped for pressure or hardship. Chloe's demands were a dissonant, irritating noise in the symphony of his indulgent life. His charm, which he wielded like a weapon, began to curdle into petulance. The explosion came at a family pool party 2 weeks later. I was there with Julian, who was quietly discussing the lithium mine acquisition with his father. A conversation that would have been unthinkable months before. Chloe was hovering near Cashin, her voice a persistent, needling buzz. We all heard her hiss, "Just need to show more initiative like Julian." Cashin snapped. He didn't just raise his voice. He unleashed a torrent of venom, sharp enough to slice through the lazy afternoon air. "Are you quite finished?" he snarled, his handsome face contorted. "You constantly compare me to my brother. If you find him so damn impressive, why didn't you marry him? Who the hell are you to lecture me? If you were half as competent as Ilara, you wouldn't have run the Paris division into the ground. Marrying you was the single greatest mistake of my life." The silence was absolute. The gentle splash of the pool waterfall sounded like a roar. Chloe, who had been pampered and preened her entire life, stood frozen. The public humiliation was a brand on her skin. Her face flushed a mottled, ugly red. I was only doing it for you," she stammered, her voice trembling with a toxic mix of fury and hurt. "You're the eldest. You're supposed to lead. The hotel issues weren't my fault. I asked for your help and you were always busy. It was my first time." "Excuses," Cashin roared, cutting her off. He took a step toward her, and for a terrifying second I thought he might hit her. "I am sick to death of your pathetic dramatics." He turned on his heel, grabbed his keys from a nearby table and stormed out, leaving her alone in the center of a circle of stunned, silent relatives. Her dignity was atomized. The mask of the perfect, glamorous wife had been ripped away, revealing the desperate, scrambling woman beneath. I wasn't finished. That very night I set my plan in motion. I knew from my past life about Cashin's one true, obsessive love. A person he could never publicly acknowledge, a flame that had burned for years. Her name was Sasha, a stunning androgynous model and performance artist who was the toast of the city's underground queer scene. Cashin was utterly, ruinously infatuated with her. I arranged for a chance encounter. I had a trusted contact mention to Cashin that Sasha would be at his favorite, most discreet members-only club that night. Then I anonymously sent Chloe the club's location and the number of his private booth, along with a single blurry photo of Sasha from behind, knowing it would be enough to trigger her. Half an hour later, Chloe stormed into the club, a phalanx of her mean girl friends behind her. She was ready for a catfight, expecting to find some vapid socialite. She was not prepared for Sasha. What happened next was a grotesque ballet. Cashin, who in the past had always let Chloe scream and slap at his mistresses, this time moved to shield Sasha. The rejection was a physical blow to Chloe. Enraged, she lunged at him and he, drunk and disgusted, slapped her across the face. Twice. The sound was like gunshots in the plush room. Chloe completely lost control, a feral thing punching and kicking. Cashin, unleashed, hit back without restraint. His friends, a pack of sycophants, didn't intervene. They cheered him on, chanting, "Finally! Teach her a lesson." It wasn't until a server, horrified, called security that it ended. Chloe was taken to the hospital with 3 broken ribs, a fractured cheekbone and a concussion. The entire Vance family descended on the hospital's luxury VIP suite. Chloe, swathed in bandages, played the martyr surrounded by flowers and sympathy. Everyone took turns comforting her, condemning Cashin's brutality, demanding he apologize. Cashin, still reeking of alcohol and defiance, offered no apology. Instead, he shouted at her from the doorway, "She deserved it." A shrill, controlling harpy who doesn't know her place. That was enough for Grandpa Vance. He strode forward and slapped his golden grandson across the face with a crack that silenced the room. "You wretched boy. One more scandal and I will cut you out of the will myself." The threat of disinheritance was the only language Cashin truly understood. He sobered instantly, dropping to his knees, begging for forgiveness, promising it would never happen again. To prove his sincerity, he promised to gift Chloe a $60 million estate. And just like that, the fight was over. The martyr was paid off. She stopped her crying and claimed she had only acted out of love. They reconciled, a perfect, pathetic pair. A trash man and a delusional woman, bound by money and mutual toxicity. After the incident, Chloe asked to see me alone. She tried to justify the unjustifiable. "You know, Ilara," she said, her voice weak from behind her bandages, "every marriage has its fights. If a couple never argues, it means they don't care. Don't let my injuries fool you. It's not that bad. And besides, now everyone sees how patient and forgiving I am. Phil knows he was wrong and I have a new estate. So really I won." I couldn't stifle my laugh. "You're cheap, Chloe. You nearly died and all it cost was a $60 million bribe to buy your silence." She sneered, the gesture painful on her bruised face. "That's because you don't understand love, Ilara. Your husband is never home. You live like a wealthy widow. You think you're better off? At least my husband comes home to me. How many times a year do you even see Julian?" I chuckled, looking at her with genuine amusement. "You might be right. I don't know much about the games couples play. But I do know the kinds of games your dear husband plays don't discriminate. Men, women, it's all the same to him. Just a friendly suggestion, Chloe. You should probably go get a full STD panel." Her face turned the color of parchment. That's impossible. He wouldn't." But even as she denied it, her hand was frantically pressing the nurse's call button. While she was getting tested, I didn't rest. I anonymously released the footage of Cashin with Sasha and the video of him beating Chloe across multiple platforms. It was prime scandal time. A double delight for the internet. The results came back for Chloe. No pregnancy. But multiple, serious sexually transmitted diseases, ones that would require lifelong management and made having children a distant, dangerous prospect. As for Cashin, his unraveling was just beginning. The videos went viral. The public turned on him, calling him a monster. Vance conglomerate stock plummeted, losing nearly $500 million in market value in a single day. The company convened an emergency board meeting. Cashin, still a vice president, was forced to resign on the spot. And I wasn't done. I released more footage. Videos of Cashin and his friends at their wildest parties, evidence of drug use and orgies. The police were called. Raids followed. Cashin was hauled in for questioning. Though a drug test eventually cleared him, the image of him being escorted in handcuffs was burned into the public consciousness. His reputation was ash. Just like that, Cashin Vance was formally disqualified from the succession. All his shares were stripped and transferred to Julian. I was in our home office reviewing the final contracts for the lithium mine when Julian found me. He was holding a simple wooden box. "He's finished," I said, not looking up. "I know," he replied. His voice was calm, but there was a new energy radiating from him. He opened the box. Inside, on a bed of black velvet, was a bracelet of intricately carved lotus seeds, strung on a resilient, almost invisible wire. "I made this for you. My master blessed it. It's for protection." He took my wrist and fastened it. His fingers, usually so cool, were warm. The beads were smooth and solid against my skin. It was the most personal, thoughtful gift I had ever received from anyone. He looked at the bracelet on my wrist, then into my eyes. "The board meeting is tomorrow. They're going to name me Sue." He paused. "I'm appointing you as vice chairman." I finally looked up, meeting his gaze. The winter in his eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet, burning certainty. We were no longer just partners in a marriage of convenience. We were partners in a takeover. "I accept," I said. The power we had just seized was immense. But I knew, with a cold certainty that settled in my bones, that Chloe's humiliation was complete, and her rage would now be absolute. The final, bloody act was yet to come. She had tried to kill me once before. He would most certainly try again. The board meeting was a coronation draped in the somber cloth of necessity. The air in the Vance Holdings boardroom was thick with the scent of old money and fresh anxiety. Julian sat at the head of the vast, obsidian table, his posture unervingly calm, as if he were meditating in a temple rather than seizing control of a global empire. I sat to his right, the new vice chairman. The lotus seed bracelet felt heavy and alive on my wrist, a tangible token of the shift in our alliance. Julian's voice, when he spoke, was not loud, but it carved through the room's tension. "I am not more capable than Vice Chairman Alara," he began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled, skeptical faces of the old guard. "If this company is to survive and reach the pinnacle of this industry, it must be in her hands. Do not speak to me of tradition or outdated notions of hierarchy. I will state this clearly. Not one person in this room, myself included, possesses her combination of vision and execution. Make no mistake. We need her to lead. She does not need this title. We need her." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft hum of the climate control. Then one by one the board members, men and women who had watched my rise with a mixture of awe and resentment, bowed their heads. "Chairman Vance," they murmured to Julian. Then turning to me, "Vice Chairman Vance." The power was no longer just financial or strategic. It was absolute, official. I was no longer the power behind the throne. I was its co-regent. In the years that followed, I wielded that power with a focus that became legendary. Under my direction, Vance Holdings didn't just recover. It transformed. We shed deadweight divisions and aggressively acquired international luxury brands, tech firms and renewable energy companies. We entered markets previously thought impenetrable. My name, Alara Vance, became synonymous with ruthless efficiency and elegant ambition. I was featured on covers of magazines that had once only chronicled Chloe's parties, hailed as the architect of a new era of corporate power. Julian, true to his nature, receded from the daily glare of the spotlight. But he was not absent. He was my anchor and my sharpest counsel. Our relationship had evolved into a deep, quiet understanding, a partnership forged in mutual respect and a shared, dry amusement at the world we commanded. The man who had once offered only silence now shared his thoughts freely with me, his mind a razor-sharp instrument honed by a lifetime of observation. In return, I never let him walk behind me. We were equals, side by side, a united front that was both impenetrable and immensely powerful. Meanwhile, Chloe's world had shrunk to the size of a prison cell. Phil's life after his very public downfall became a cold, bitter exile. The parties, the sycophants, the endless stream of admirers, all of it vanished. He had nothing but time and he spent it drowning in resentment, blaming Chloe for his ruin. If she hadn't stormed into that bar, his sins would have remained in the shadows. His drinking worsened and his abuse of her became a daily ritual of savagery. The private investigator I kept on retainer sent me footage so vile I could only watch seconds of it. He was an animal and he was breaking her piece by piece. Chloe, the vibrant, preening socialite, was gone. In her place was a gaunt, hollow-eyed woman, her vanity stripped away by violence and despair, but her bitterness remained, festering like an open wound. The 5% stake I held in the company was a constant, galling reminder of my victory and her utter defeat. I knew the debt from our past life was coming due. She had killed me once. She would try again. So I prepared. I consolidated all the evidence. The videos of Phil's depravity, the financial records of his fraud and embezzlement, the shipping manifests for his smuggling operations. I was building a case that would bury him forever. It was then that Chloe reached out. Her message was brief, laced with a false, fragile sweetness. She asked to meet. For old time's sake. She even thoughtfully suggested the place. The rooftop garden of the Vance corporate headquarters. The very building from which she had pushed me in another life. The symmetry was not lost on me. It was a challenge. A taunt. Till I agreed. I went alone, but I was not unprotected. A discreet panic button was sewn into the sleeve of my tailored jacket, linked directly to security and the police. I stepped out into the cool evening air. The city sprawled below us, a glittering map of the kingdom I now ruled. Chloe stood near the edge, her silhouette dramatic against the dying light. She wore a simple, expensive dress, but it hung loosely on her frame. The skin on her arms and neck, visible in the ambient light, was a tapestry of fading purple and yellow bruises. "Silly sister," she said, her voice a dry rasp. The false sweetness was gone, replaced by a cold, stark malice. "You're still so easy to fool." I feigned confusion, playing my part. "What are you talking about, Chloe?" She took a step toward me, her smile a grotesque slash. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" She didn't wait for an answer. "It doesn't matter. I'll tell you straight. In our past life I was the one who killed you. I pushed you. This is the 50th floor. If you fall from here your body will be pulp. An absolutely terrifying and painful death." She took a deep, shuddering breath, her eyes glittering with pure, undiluted hate. "Originally I wanted Julian to torture you to death in this life, but you somehow twisted him too. No matter. It just means I have to take care of it myself. Once you're gone he'll be shattered. You won't want the company anymore. Things will go back to how they should be. I'll be Mrs. Vance again. And he'll love me like he used to." With a swift, practiced motion she pulled a small, sleek knife from her waistband. The steel glinted in the twilight. She pressed the tip against my abdomen, her expression deranged with triumph. "Any last words before you die? If I'm in a good mood I might even grant a final wish." I didn't flinch. I smiled faintly. "Since you're being so honest, let me share a secret too. I've known all along that Phil is human garbage, a useless degenerate with STDs because I was reborn just like you." Her face contorted in disbelief. "Then why the hell did you even come up here?" My voice dropped, becoming cold and deliberate, each word a shard of ice. "Because this time I want you to know exactly what it feels like to fall and die as a pile of broken flesh." I reached out as if to shove her. It was a feint, but it worked. Startled, she panicked and instinctively thrust the knife forward. The blade bit into the reinforced lining of my jacket, but not deep enough to cause serious injury. It was the signal. At that exact moment the rooftop access door burst open. Armed police officers swarmed out, weapons drawn. "Drop the weapon. Now," one of them shouted. Chloe froze, the knife clattering to the concrete, her face a mask of stunned incomprehension. I stepped back, lowering my voice to a mocking whisper only she could hear. "My dear sister, this is why I came. Did you really think I'd let you die that easily? That would be far too merciful." Realization dawned, and with it, a shrieking feral fury. She lunged at me, not for the knife, but to wrap her arms around me and drag us both over the edge. "I'll take you with me," she screamed. But the police were faster. An officer moved with blurring speed, sweeping her legs out from under her. She hit the ground hard, the fight gone out of her in a guttural sob. I looked down at her, a pitiable, broken heap on the cold concrete. "Congratulations, Chloe," I said, my voice calm and utterly devoid of emotion. "You were facing 5 to 10 years. With attempted murder of a public figure, it's 15. She was sentenced to 15 years in a maximum security prison." I made a single, discreet phone call. I had long ago arranged certain understandings with individuals inside. She would be welcomed by the very worst. Every single day of those 15 years would be a living hell. And the day she got out, that would be her true judgment. As for Phil, the evidence I had compiled was overwhelming. Statutory rape, smuggling, fraud, racketeering. He received a 25-year sentence, the maximum. Scum like him is the bottom of the prison hierarchy. I didn't have to lift a finger. He would be destroyed from the inside out, a fate far more fitting than a quick push from a roof. The day after Chloe's sentencing, Julian formally stepped down as CEO and announced me as his successor. At the shareholder meeting, he stood beside me, his hand resting lightly on the back of my chair. "The future of Vance Holdings is here," he said, his voice carrying through the silent, packed room. He looked at me, and the quiet pride in his eyes was worth more than any stock portfolio. "And her name is Alara Vance." I took my seat at the head of the table, the same obsidian table where my coronation had begun. I smiled, a small, confident curve of my lips, and raised my hand. "Well then," I said, my voice clear and steady, echoing in the hushed room. "Let's begin." Years flowed into one another, marked not by seasons but by quarterly reports and global expansions. Vance Holdings, under my leadership, solidified its place among the top 5 conglomerates in the world. We weren't just rich. We were influential, our tendrils woven into the very fabric of the global economy. My name, Alara Vance, was no longer just a byline for success. It was a symbol of an era. For the world, I was the face of modern female power. For the business world, I was a legend whose strategic foresight bordered on prescience. Julian remained my constant. He had fully embraced his role as the power behind the throne, my most trusted advisor and my sanctuary. The man who once sought enlightenment in remote monasteries now found it in the quiet rhythm of our life together. We were a perfect, self-contained unit. He taught me the art of stillness, of finding calm in the eye of the corporate hurricane. I, in turn, kept him connected to the vibrant, pulsing world he had once rejected. We traveled together not for business but for discovery. We walked through ancient ruins and modern art installations, our conversations a seamless blend of philosophy and finance. The lotus seed bracelet never left my wrist. It was a reminder, not of the danger that had passed, but of the partnership that had saved me from it. The day finally arrived when Chloe was released from prison. I didn't go to see her. I felt no need to gaze upon the ruins of my enemy. Some debts are paid not with grand gestures but with silence. Some are paid by the simple, crushing weight of being forgotten. The world had long since moved on from the scandal of Chloe Vance. She was a footnote, a cautionary tale. Phil never made it out. A shiv in the prison yard, a story so common it barely made the news. A man born with every advantage, destroyed by the very appetites he thought he controlled. His name was erased, his reputation buried under the mountain of his crimes. One evening I stood on the rooftop terrace of our new penthouse, the very building that now housed the global headquarters of Vance Holdings. It was not the same building from which I had fallen, nor the one where Chloe had been arrested. This was a new construction, a spire of glass and steel that pierced the clouds, a monument to what I had built. Below, the city I commanded twinkled like a field of captured stars. My reflection in the floor-to-ceiling glass was a woman of poise and undeniable power. The ghost of the girl who had been pushed, the woman who had feared betrayal, was gone. In her place was someone who had died and rebuilt herself from the ashes, stronger and more formidable than before. The soft sound of the terrace door sliding open broke the silence. It was Julian. He held 2 cups of steaming tea and a small, familiar wooden box. "You're working late," he said, his voice a soft rumble in the quiet night. "Just admiring the view," I replied, turning to him. He handed me a cup and then opened the box. Inside, on the same bed of black velvet, was a new string for the lotus seed bracelet, woven from a rare, impossibly strong silk. The old string was wearing thin, he explained. I thought it was time for a renewal. He took my wrist, his touch as gentle and sure as it had been the first time he fastened it. As he worked on the clasp, he said, "You still wear it." I looked down at the beads, worn smooth and warm from years against my skin. "It still protects me," I said, and it was the truth. It protected me not from external threats, but from forgetting who I was and the alliance that had made my victory possible. He finished and took my hand, lacing his fingers through mine. Together we turned back to the skyline, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of fire and gold. Some victories are loud, heralded with trumpets and headlines. Others are quiet. They are felt in the stillness after the storm, in the warmth of a hand in yours, in the unshakable knowledge that you have not only survived but conquered. I had avenged my past, secured my present, and built a legacy for my future. I didn't just win the game. I rewrote the rules. I chose my peace, my partner, and my power on my own terms. And that, in the end, was my greatest revenge and my greatest freedom. The quiet, complete, and utter victory of Alara Vance. The news of Chloe's release was a small, insignificant blip on the radar of my life. A ripple that barely reached the shores of the empire I had built. I had a team that monitored such things, and their report was as clinical as any other. Subject released at 9:07 a.m. No current contacts of significance. Residing in a state-funded halfway house. I felt nothing. No triumph, no pity. She was a closed chapter, a ghost whose haunting had long since ended. My focus was on the living, breathing entity that was Vance Holdings. We were on the verge of finalizing a merger that would create the largest renewable energy network in the hemisphere, a deal that was my personal brainchild, a legacy project that would outlive me. Julian, however, was less detached. The day the report came in, he found me in my home office, the cityscape sprawling behind me like a personal command center. "She's out," he said, his voice neutral. "I know," I replied, not looking up from the holographic display of the merger's financial projections. "Are you concerned?" This made me look up. He was leaning against the doorframe, his expression unreadable, but I had learned to see the subtle tension in his shoulders. The man who had once bound a woman with prayer beads still lived within the calm, devoted partner I knew. That part of him was fiercely, primally protective. "No," I said, and it was the absolute truth. "She is a phantom, Julian. She has no money, no allies, no name that holds any power. The world that she knew, the world she thrived in, is gone. It's my world now." He nodded slowly, the tension easing. "The board is expecting you in an hour. The final vote on the Etheria merger." The Etheria merger. It was more than a business deal. It was a statement. It would transition the vast, often dirty engine of the Vance Empire towards a cleaner, smarter future. It was the ultimate repudiation of the old guard, of men like Cashin and the values they represented. It was my masterpiece. The board meeting was a formality. The room, once a den of wolves waiting for me to stumble, was now filled with my pack. They were men and women I had appointed, promoted, or whose loyalty I had earned through undeniable success. When I walked in, they stood. Not out of forced protocol but out of respect. I took my seat at the head of the table. Julian sat to my right, a silent pillar of support. "The Etheria merger," I began, my voice clear and carrying. "This is not merely an acquisition. It is an evolution. It is the final, definitive step in transforming Vance Holdings from a relic of the past into the architect of the future. The vote is yours." The ayes were unanimous. As the final vote was recorded, a rare, genuine smile touched my lips. I had done it. I had not just taken the company, I had fundamentally changed its DNA. Later, in the quiet of our car, Julian took my hand. The lotus seeds were cool against his skin. "You were magnificent," he said, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. "You have given my family's name a purpose it never had." It was the highest praise he could have offered. Weeks turned into months. The merger proceeded with flawless efficiency. My life was a whirlwind of global summits, strategic meetings, and the quiet, profound satisfaction of building something that mattered. I had long since stopped thinking about Chloe. But the past, even when it is a ghost, can sometimes find a way to whisper. I was leaving a charity gala, my security detail a discreet bubble around me, when a figure detached itself from the shadows of an adjacent alley. It was a woman, hunched and wrapped in a shabby coat, her face gaunt and lined with a hardness that no amount of privilege could smooth. It was Chloe. Our eyes met for a single suspended moment across the glittering expanse of the red carpet. There was no rage left in her gaze, no malice. There was only a hollow, bottomless emptiness. She looked like a shell, a creature that had been scoured clean from the inside out by years of institutional brutality. She saw me, Alara Vance, in a gown that cost more than she would see in a lifetime, surrounded by power and light. And in that moment I saw the final, complete victory. Not just over her but over everything she represented. The petty jealousies, the desperate need for external validation, the belief that a man was the ultimate prize. It had all been burned away, leaving only this hollowed-out husk. She didn't approach. She didn't speak. She simply turned and melted back into the darkness from which she had emerged. My head of security, a man named Evans, stepped closer. "Ma'am? Do you want us to?" "No," I said, my voice steady. "Let her go. There was nothing she could take from me. Not my peace, not my power, not my future. Her very existence was a testament to my absolute win." When I got home, Julian was waiting as he always was. He took one look at my face and knew. "You saw her." "I saw a ghost," I corrected, slipping off my heels. "And she saw a queen." He didn't ask for details. He simply poured 2 glasses of wine and led me to the terrace. We stood in silence, looking out at our kingdom. "It's over," I said, the words a final exhalation of a burden I hadn't realized I was still carrying. "It has been for a long time," he replied. "You just needed to see it for yourself." He was right. The last thread tying me to that old life, that old death, had finally snapped. Chloe was no longer my sister, my rival, my murderer. She was a stranger. And in her eyes, I had seen the reflection of my own unassailable strength. The game was not just won. The board had been put away. A decade later, the name Alara Vance was etched not just in business ledgers, but in history books. The Etheria Initiative had revolutionized clean energy access across 3 continents. The philanthropic foundation Julian and I chaired had funded schools, hospitals, and research centers, creating a legacy of life and progress to counter the Vance family's previously murky history. We had built a world in our image, powerful, purposeful, and peaceful. I stood at the window of my office, now more of a serene library than a corporate war room. The view was the same, but the woman looking out was not. The sharp edges of ambition had been softened by time and fulfillment. The fire still burned, but it was a steady flame, not a wildfire. Julian entered, his footsteps quiet on the thick rug. Age had silvered his temples but had only deepened the calm certainty in his eyes. In his hands he held not a wooden box but a simple folder. "The final report," he said, placing it on my desk. "The last of Phil's assets have been liquidated. The funds have been transferred to the restitution fund for his victims." I nodded. It was the last loose end. The very last trace of that toxic past had been cleaned up, transformed into something that could do good. "And Chloe?" I asked, not out of concern but a sense of administrative finality. "She passed away last month," he said, his voice gentle. "Pneumonia. In a public hospital. There was no one to claim the body. It was handled by the state." I felt a quiet, somber closure. Not for the sister I had lost, for she had been lost to me long before either of our deaths, but for the painful, twisted story we had written across 2 lifetimes. It was a story that was now definitively over. "It's a sad end," I murmured. "It was the end she chose long ago," Julian replied. He came to stand beside me, following my gaze to the horizon. "You offered her a different path even at the beginning of this life. She chose vengeance. You chose victory. There is a world of difference." He was right. Victory builds. Vengeance only destroys. "Do you ever think about it?" I asked him, leaning my head against his shoulder. "How different it all could have been." "I think," he said, wrapping an arm around me, "that the universe, in its infinite mystery, gave us both a second chance. It gave me a partner instead of a prisoner. It gave you a throne instead of a tomb. I do not question the mystery. I am merely grateful for the outcome." We stood like that for a long time, 2 pillars supporting a shared, peaceful sky. The frantic drive, the constant calculation, the fear of falling, it was all gone. What remained was the profound satisfaction of a life lived without compromise, a love built on mutual respect, and a legacy that would endure. I had returned from the dead with a heart full of vengeance, determined to win a game of power and spite. But somewhere along the way I had started playing a different game entirely. I had built, I had loved, I had healed the wounds of a corrupt dynasty. I looked down at the lotus seed bracelet, its silk cord still strong, its beads worn smooth and warm. It was a map of my journey from a vengeful ghost to a woman fully, completely alive. The greatest revenge is not violence or humiliation. It is not wealth or power, though I had those in abundance. The greatest revenge is a life lived so well, so fully, and so peacefully that the past loses all its power to hurt you. It is looking at the ruins of what tried to break you and realizing you used the stones to build a palace. I had conquered my enemies. I had conquered the corporate world. But the most important conquest had been the one over my own soul. I had found peace on my own terms. And as the sun set, painting the sky in colors of deep gold and tranquil purple, I knew with absolute certainty that I had won it all. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.